Aye. You see that? That's space. We're trying to go there right now. And today, we're finally going to starting to do that. It's a little abstract and a little indirect, but we're doing it. Welcome to stuff. Here's the stuff. I've accidentally taken a screenshot. Press the wrong button when trying to remove the HUD's removal. That's fine. So, we got a stream to do. Last time, we operated machinery to great success, I would say. But then we ran into like a catastrophic, a critical, catastrophic material shortage, which, fortunately, I have solved. Behold, we are now the proud owner of 5 stacks of silver instead of no stacks of silver. I am staring at the nickel box. Hold on. That's the wrong box. Where's my nickel supply? Where'd I put it? No. Okay. Reset. Rethink what we're saying. Make sure it makes sense. We ran out of silver last time. We then collected more silver. Between streams, I have processed the silver. And this has nothing to do with our nickel supply whatsoever. Okay, I think we understand now. Also, I took the time to process some other things, like the nickel! That's our tie-in! I'm a little out of it, in case you didn't notice. Though you may have noticed previously because I just told you. That's the trick. So, our objective is very simple, and it's one that I'm pretty sure we are now fully equipped to do. We go to the space race, and we are going to build ourselves the NASA workbench. And then it'll be built. So, NASA workbench is constructed by building all this stuff, advanced assembly machine, mainframes. From what we did last time, our circuit situation should be good. Hard wall will be solved. We have the energetic alloy. You just got to put some concrete on it. And an MV chemical bath, is that a problem? No, because we have the coolant box, which we have relocated to somewhere. It's already in the collection of all machines ever. Where is our chemical bath? Oh, right here. Yeah, I was using it for making paper. Okay, sanity restored. Let's get to work. Hey, you're just in time. We're about to begin constructing the things that will let us begin to construct it. Now that we have a supply of silver, I can get back to making motors. Alright, so let's do a proper inventory here. The robot arm is going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 motors for each. So we're going to need 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. We're going to need 25. We have 8. Let's make some more. Alright, so first off, let's just start preparing these materials in basic, simple ways. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'm just going to make a solid 32. Even ignoring the ones we're holding right now, I just want to make sure we have enough. We're in HV. We should bulk produce HV stuff. So if we want 32, we're going to need 32 magnetic rods of this stuff. Fortunately, that is an easy task, simply requiring us to do the thing I just said. Next up, we are going to need to remember how to build everything we've ever built before. Stainless steel. This is going to require 32 stainless steel. Now, I know our stainless steel plies are short, but not like super short. We can function in society. This will also need to be converted. I thought we'd just do this for the time being. Okay. They all want to be rods, so that's not obstructive in any way. Alright, now for the hard part. Next up is... let's do the cable next. We're going to need a stack of 2x silver cable, which equivalent to 1 stack of silver ingot. Which, it seems, we have a prior supply of 0. Yep. Alright. That's no problem for us, because I am now the proud owner of a lot of silver. Here it is. So we'll take this stack. That's busy, so I'll put it in here. Normally I would just solidify it into ingots, but that's fast enough. Great. All right, next is the copper nickel. It is not copper nickel. It is electrum. But it's like copper nickel in that it's an alloy. That is where the similarities end. So this is going to be an absolute pain. We are going to need 32, 32, 32, 32. Each of these is 2 ingots worth. So it's going to be 4 stacks of electrum made out of 2 stacks of gold and 2 stacks of silver. Well, here's the gold. Here's the silver. Put them in a box. Yeah, alloy smelt is probably the best way to go about this. Do I have a spare chest? Probably. Nothing complicated, just a little wooden one. Just so we can delegate this task a little bit. Bonk. Item auto output. Put a stack in, put a stack in. That'll be halfway done. Actually, we should have some electrum. Yeah, we have 1 stack, so we're partway there. Meanwhile, we want to make sure that we are accommodating our actions. 1 ingot remains to be smelted. Splendid. Alright, so this stack is being put in the wire mill immediately to be turned into 2x wire. And will then be coated into 2x cable. Anything else I gotta be doing right now? Yes, actually. I should prepare the everything else. We're going to need a bit of stainless steel once we start converting the motors into its other components. The one thing I can think of immediately is we're going to need to make some rubber for the conveyor belts. Oh, hey, I got some free gold cable from my past. Thank you, my past. I need to get the square mold from here, though. Square. Oh, and And the steel is done. That means we can take these rods and polarize them here. I don't remember how many conveyor belts we need. It felt emotionally like it was 2. That would call for 12. But if we just hold this thing in here and make like an entire stack, I think that'll be fine. Oh, speaking of being near the rubber machine, the assembling machine portion of this is actually going to become obsoleted in a upcoming version of GregTech. I've been looking at the upcoming like features tab of the Discord server, and apparently they're removing the cable coding in an assembly machine recipe in favor of making a dedicated block for coding cables. Apparently the machine's going to be pretty cheap, pretty easy to make, and just sort of separates the two. This is also coming with different tiers of rubber providing different benefits. I believe like it's some sort of cost reduction formula for like greater multi-block machines where, you know, using rubber sheet is going to be the like lowest echelon of possibility, but then using one of the more advanced synthetic rubbers and stuff will give you more efficiencies. I don't know the details that much because I never knew the original system because I never got that far. But as far as I care, it means that this assembling machine can be swapped out for a machine that is much, much cheaper. And we can repurpose an assembling machine in the future for something else. Yeah, there we are. 1 stack of rubber sheets. Completely excessive, but we'll get through using all of it eventually. How the rods going? Rods are going all right. Wire mill's doing fine. That's doing fine. I guess if I put the half stack in now, that will be full if we use the stack of Electrum we already have. We can't use the stack of Electrum because the wire mill is currently in operation. And that will be something that we'll have to babysit a little bit. Let's see here. I'll need to make a display eventually. This may prove to be a complication. Who the heck? Who authorized you into this facility? We're not accepting visitors yet. Also, how did you get here? Alright, well actually it's pretty clear that you came from downstairs, so... yeah, that's fair. Hold on, just, my carbon crossbow, line up the square. Hold on, I'm gonna line this up perfectly with your head. And say cheese. Nice. Okay, everything's normal. Alright, the rods are going. Oh yeah. The problem I was just talking about a few seconds ago. We have blue. And I suspect lime is not that hard to come by. Like, in my mind, most plants are a little lime-ish. That might not be lime, that might be light gray. I know well, okay, you know what? There is ways out of this. Cactus is green. we can take that, add some white from probably bone meal, and make a lime, I assume. Man. How long has that tree been there? Man. How long has that hole in the ground been there? You can very explicitly answer these questions by checking the stream recordings. You won't, because you don't care that much. But that is okay, because I also do not care that much. Red, though. Red, though, is going to be a problem. We actually have, like, a world shortage of red. Unless you can use red... You can't use redstone. Why would you be able to use redstone? How are we going to get red? What the heck? LV? I really wasn't prepared for this, was I? Oh well. Okay, where the heck? Okay, what options? Red deviating lily, red colored rose red, red. Okay, where are we getting red? Rose red comes from red flower. There's also roaster. Yeah, where the heck are we gonna... I knew red was a problem. It was a problem in the past already because we needed red for... I don't remember. I don't remember if this is the reason, but I also know I was in dire need of red in order to make orange such that I could repair my hazmat suit. Or, more accurately, make a new one. And I remember going on, like, a minor great quest to find any red flower. And I think what I ultimately found was, like, a deviating lily of the red somewhere in this direction. So I'm going back there. But I'm starting to wonder if maybe we need to very explicitly cultivate colors. This is a silly problem to have. Like, maybe just, like, take a small IC2 garden and grow various red flowers in it or something. I think it was over here. Fancy tree. Shouldn't be too much this way. I'm running into unexplored territory. And I'm pretty sure I needed the red after the crash. But who knows? Hello. I'm looking for red. Is that a red? I don't think that's red. Looking at it, doesn't look very red to me. No, that's bees. Funny problem. Funny problem. I'm laughing at how much of a funny problem this is. You can tell by the laughter. That was a big tree. I think I'm forced in my state to blame the... Like, this is a blue one. We're vaguely approaching a fancy big red tree that's commonly associated with the magic. And the deviating lilies are a vaguely magical thing, I think, such that we could assume that maybe there's some correlation between the placement of this tree. There's allium. This is such a silly problem. And it's not even a silly problem we can ignore. We need red. Red is an important crafting ingredient. I don't think there would be red in a desert, would there? There's yellow. You know, the vanilla Minecraft okay, the locals are upset. Okay, they're not upset. They've just called dibs. Another deviating lily. If we find a red deviating lily, that will work, though I won't feel good about the situation. Wait! We're saved. The effigy. You stay. Okay. So, our current objective, as has been the case for a little while now, is to construct and build and have a NASA workbench. Something that we shall eventually use to build a rocket and go to space. An awkward component of the NASA workbench that we need to make, just casually and for no particular reason, is a display. Probably for doing cool, like, tactical readouts and stuff. A display needs to be made using, well, you know, RGB lighting. And RGB lighting requires, well, red. That's the R in RGB lighting. So we needed to find a natural source of red to put in our RGB lights so that we can make a NASA computer. And weirdly enough, we are far from Fen Ares. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's just a really silly problem to have. That there's just no red. Had to go on this grandiose journey just to find a red flower. All the great minds at NASA forced to delay their rocket launch because they couldn't find a rose. Can't get any... Wait a minute. Please don't tell me there's a... Okay, it makes pink. It makes pink. We're good. That's not red. That is a pink. I didn't do this all for no reason. And there is no logical method for turning pink into red. Correct? Correct. We're good. I have an idea. I should get a sheep. I should make it red. Is that a thing I can do in this version of Minecraft? I don't remember. Well, wait, that wouldn't help me because... Would it help me? this is a very strange idea. But I want to know, can I take the red out of red wool? Is there a way I can kind of like squeeze a red wool and take the red out of it so that I can use it elsewhere? The answer appears to be no. Chemical bath just cleans it. Oh well. Beetroot. What beetroot? I think you're forgetting what version of Minecraft this is. Alright, well anyway, we have red. We take this poppy, turn it into rose red, and then store it safely in our red container. Okay, with that problem solved, how's all the manufacturing going? I would like to make those motors soon. So here's the silver wire, which we will want to turn into silver cable. The magnetic steel rods are done. The alloy smelter is done with like the bare minimum required. Set this to 4. Put in more. That was a good rhyme right there. Okay, there should be nothing stopping us from beginning the construction. Oh, I've already started building some. Well, for convenience of structure, let's move those out of the way. That's fine, that's fine. So 32 here. You're done. 32 here. Good. Head over here to the rubber coater. We can bone meal the ground for poppies. I'm hoping that I can bone meal the poppy itself and, like, get better odds of it bone mealing into a poppy. If I do this. Like, that did something, yeah? It sparkled. Let's try that again. Will we get, like, a super poppy? I've used like 20 bone meal on this thing. I don't think anything's happening. I bone meal the ground. Yep, poppy's real. Okay. What if I do that again? Okay, we can cultivate little red. So that's good. Alright, now that we've succeeded at not having a panic, celebrate. How you doing? Slow and steady progress. You go quick. Probably because you're taking one of each and making 2. You're gonna be a while. Okay, that's the other 2. We would like space to put these, but we don't have any, but we can make some. Little side addition. Bonk, bonk. There, now that will solidly make us our 2 stacks of Electrum at 4x, and then we'll be ready to go. And then we'll have the motors, and that's the most mechanically involved part, I would say. We're then going to have to partition them out and figure out where each particular like some of those motors need to be upgraded into different things. And we're going to need wires to do that. Gold cable specifically. So let's see, 2, 4, 6, 9, 12. Okay, we need more gold cable. I only got 15 of the stuff. None of this is really a problem, though. After all, we have infinite gold. We're farming gold. Well, the wire mill is a little busy, so we're going to have to wait on that one. Still got a ways to go. Okay, how about we start the partitioning process here? So ultimately, what we're trying to make here, let's talk robot arms for a second. Each of these has one robot arm. So 1, 2, 3, 5. We need 5 robot arms. 15 of the motors will be allocated to robot arms. 5 of those will be allocated to pistons. We then need an additional 3 pistons here. So that's going to be 8 pistons. We can... Game seemed to think that I was pressing shift. Let's make 8 pistons then, out of the motors we have currently. We can't. We are 1 gold cable short. Awkward problem to have. Yep, we are flat broke. Well, okay, I can temporarily halt my orders. Give me a little gold there, buddy. That will be enough for the pistons at the very least. And we're nearly ready with the motors themselves. So the general structure of a motor recipe is something I've basically memorized. 3 plates, 2 rods, a gear. And because this is high voltage, we're doing it with steel. So 8. 3 plates, 2 rods, 1 gear. Start with the gear because it's fast. Plates will be made in vending machine. It's raining. It kind of spooked me for a second. Like we're empty here. Plates. Rods. What did I just put in the vending machine? Okay, yeah, okay. 24 left over from the full stack. Okay, I got worried. Alright, put this back then. Not using it right now. Yep, nice and secured, insulated from the elements slightly by having a roof. Thank goodness there's no wind. I will have to fold this up for a second. Okay, 3 plates. Here, rods are under construction, that's fine. Here, plate. Wire goes here, motors to be up step to go here, and then we just need the rods. It'll be a bit. I see. It doesn't like filling in more than one stack, even if there's an extra room for it. Wonder if there's like a tactical benefit to that. Maybe if I put a second item in here, it would. Yeah. Oh! Okay, maybe I don't even need the robot arm for the cable, for the circuit board maker. Hopper Tech has lenience. I need to take advantage of that. But maybe it's only with hoppers? I don't know. Experiments are needed. Oh, we're halfway done with that. How's the rods going? Rods are done. Let's clear the chamber. Pink. Wonk. Piston. Anything further will require the motors to be done. So we'll wait. Sure is going to take a while, though. Something else to do. Maybe we can work on those. We got these. Hard wall. Oh, we're going to need long stainless steel rods. We can prepare those. Wonder if I should make a long rod mold. Maybe that would be easier. Oh well. Okay, we're gonna need 1, 2. We're gonna need 6. Something we're gonna need as well is the physical hull for the advanced assembly machine. So we plate these and rod those. And we're gonna need another gold wire. Hold on. While we're doing other stuff. Okay, Electrum's back to running. Vending machine is done. Got my gold. Provide proper insulation. I guess it would be nice to have a cheaper, dedicated coating machine. After all, you're starting off in this tier. Like, you just enter low voltage. An assembly machine's pretty pricey. It's like daunting. Okay, assembly machine over here. Put the 8 plate in. Take this up, put it back in, get the 2 cable. Box. Good. Oh no, another King of the Hill fight is happening. What Team Fortress 2 map is this? Sawmill, Harvest? Viaduct? Bad. Is there a King of the Hill Badwater? There is a King of the Hill Badwater. But apparently it was unreleased. But there is a workshop release of it to like finish the map. Interesting, interesting. Cool. Interesting question. What would be the weirdest map in Team Fortress 2 to try and make a King of the Hill out of? My personal guess, it would probably be a payload map. Because those are inherently asymmetric. So I think it would be difficult for anyone to, at any particular point, be like, hey, let's put a control point here and do King of the Hill. Because how are you going to balance that? The entire thing is asymmetric. Oh, I thought of a way you could balance it. I think I just invented a new game mode. Okay, so picture this. It's King of the Hill. But there's an objectively better spawn location of the two sides. There's one that's like strictly better. It's practically an attack-defend map in that sense. But like, not so one-sided. But then there's a second non-mission critical control point that if you have it, you get the good spawn. So like one team can capture the point from the other person and they swap spawns. Thus making it really easy to hold the hill and stuff. So there's like some sort of weird tactical indirection here. I am so distracted by this hypothetical situation I just invented. I do not remember what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing in a broad sense. I'm preparing the materials for the NASA workbench, but what am I doing right now? The long rods, I remembered. Yes, yes, yes. Where's my hammer? Give me my mallet. Mallet? No. Toolbox. Contains mallet. I think I'm gonna stop setting this up when I'm not ready. Mallet. Long rod. Go ahead and share your TF2 game mode idea. Personally, I've been writing up a plot line for a Homeworld 3 sequel campaign all yesterday. Or at least a particular portion of yesterday, so it's absolutely normal. One payload. You mean like as opposed to payload race? Oh, okay, hold on. You're saying things. Keep going. I see, I see. It's a tug of war situation. Or like a push of war. I think functionally there's going to be the problem of like infinite intractable stalemates. Because like the closer you are to victory, the more advantage your opponent will have. And Team Fortress 2 is pretty dynamic, so you can sort of equalize the situation pretty quickly. No team's going to like run away with it too much. So I think there needs to be some way for your progress to be permanent. And I think that strategically, payload race fills that niche. Because it's two payloads separately pushing towards each other. So like when you have your push and the advantage and you can go forward, you can push your payload further to the goal, but it won't roll back unless it's like going up a hill or something. But then, you know, you lose the momentum and the other team can push forward and push their payload a little bit. I don't know. I think if the payload couldn't go that far, or like both sides were very hilled to push it back to the middle, tug of war payload might be viable, but I think there are like design shortcuts that people would take to make it fun, and it would basically end up turning into payload race. Or King of the Hill. PL Thunder Mountain. Okay, I got the long rods. The wires are about to be done. When the wires are done... Is this going to be like a problem, or... Okay, it's going to be thundering for another 42 seconds. We just got to hold out. Do go check and do report back to me. I would like to know. What? So I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention. Did that guy get lightninged into existence? Hard to say. I just heard the explosion of lightning striking ground and got scared that something blew up. Anyway, the Electrum's done. Let's go build those motors now. There's some motor. Rods here, rods here, rods here. Here's our cable. And boom. 32 electric motors. Splendid. So, how are we using them? NASA Workbench, the arms are just piston and arms. So we just slot in what is necessary and it's done. Let's make the conveyor modules here first. This is just going to require 4 motors, standard conveyor module configuration. Oh, now we can make more gold cable. Let's just stockpile some. We can make the 2. That's not a constraint. It only takes 1 cable for each. Bink, bink, bink. Good, that's our conveyors. I have consumed a raspberry. Interesting. What's it called? Oh, I thought of another way to balance it. You kind of take the lessons from Dota, where, like, it's... Okay, makes sense. It would be called Tug of War. You could have it so that when you push forward, there's, like, an obstacle or some difficulty that once you get past it, it becomes removed and easier. Like, I'm imagining that maybe as you're pulling the payload, it goes up a hill, but once you get to the top of the hill's tracks, sort of like I'm thinking like roller coaster chain drive, activates so that the next time you roll over it, it just like slides up easy. But this idea of like going through obstacles or difficult terrain metaphorically and then making it easier once you've gotten past it the first time kind of mirrors Dota's sort of towers that block the mobs from going forward until you destroy the tower, and then it's easier and more dynamic. The flow shifts back and forth. Oh, okay. So interesting. So that's almost a variation of my second capture point swaps the spawn at King of the Hill. You capture the capture point to move the payload. Interesting. Neat. People are so clever. Smart. Have all their cool ideas. I don't know how many cables we need. I guess we can come back. I don't want to sit here and just wait for it to make more. Okay, what else do we need? We may need to start ransacking some of the circuit. How many arms do we need? We needed 5 arms, if I recall correctly. Yeah. So let's make 5 arms. High voltage circuit, 2 motors, 3 each. More rods. Okay, that's going to require 5 stainless steel converted to rods at the very least. You on rods? You on rods. Bonk. 5 HV circuits. Five. And we're definitely going to need those extra gold. Hello. Alright, just the rods. Oh, that's half of them. Okay, rods are done. We have our 5. And this is 5 robot arms. Great. Next up, Let's do the advanced assembler. Solve this. 2 arms go here. This is where conveyor modules come in. Put the hull there. We need 2 more HV circuits. Down to 3. Great. Cool. Okay. So check, check, check. Hard walls pending. Display is pending, and we actually have a problem. We're out of LV circuits. I'm pretty sure I can scrounge together enough stuff to make one. Let's make this cover, though. We need glass panes. Molten glass, or we can extrude glass, or alloy smelt glass. This is very specific. And though it's materially... No. We can just make it into panes. We have a fluid processing plant for this. I was about to use the alloy smelting recipe. Fool that I am. Platema. There we go. Alright, so what do we need for this? Red, lime. Like specifically lime. Or soapstone. And then 4 aluminum plate. Aluminum is no problem. So, the lime. How we lime it? Got any random spare lime that I wasn't paying attention to earlier because I didn't care? No. Well, if there's one thing I know we have, it's cactus. So in my mind, I can take the cactus, cook it up, get green. Then in my mind, I can take the green combined with bone meal white. And to make a lime. And it works. Great, we have lime. Why does it specifically want lime and not... I guess lime is like lighter. Better for a hypothetical screen trademark. Give me you. Thanks. There's our red, there's our green. We got our RG, we just need our B. Unfortunately, this is lapis. Pretty sure I can just use lapis dust. Oops. Give me the plate. Bing, 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 bing. Green, blue, red, and now we just need the backlight. Little pinch of glowstone. Alright, we're doing this. Would love a way to conveniently just take exactly one out of there. Now here I am, the tragic clown, holding an entire stack of glowstone. Maybe I should be more attentive, attempting to collect. Yeah, there's... plight of my past actions right there. The computer monitor cover displays data and GUI. Before we integrate this into the NASA workbench, I would like to see how this works. Let's put it on something. You. I feel very informed. What about you? Well, I have failed to determine the utility of this in isolation. That's okay, though. Such things do not exist in a vacuum. Alright, now what? Right, we want the display. Polyethylene sheets are irrelevant because we're going to be making this an assembler anyway. We just need 2 LV tin cable, the thing we just made, and some iron screws. LV circuits shouldn't be a problem, and yet I don't have any. I did not account for this in my original rendition of costs, or maybe I did, and I didn't think to remember. LV. We got no LV. We have exactly 1 plastic circuit board remaining, so this one's for all the marbles. Alright, microprocessor. We want the soldering alloy recipe arbitrarily. Resistors, capacitors, transistors. And fine copper wire. Here's resistors. Here's transistors, capacitors. I don't remember how many we need of each. Turns out it was that much. Bonk. No, yes. Well, there they are. I'm thinking about the new age circuit board production machine, and I'm wondering if maybe we should separate sulfuric acid into its own category of thing. Because we're getting to a point where sulfuric acid is used in more places than just the circuit coatings. Okay, back to display. Assembly machine, check. Easy to procure, iron screw. Iron screw. Iron bolt, stainless steel screw. It looks... we need to make some screws. I choose to hope that this is a convenient way to do that. It was. 1 small spring made 2 screw. Ain't that lucky? In the box. I think I am pretty much there. It's just a matter of getting all the pieces together. Like the next few minutes. My tin cable. Over here. Boy, that, this, and where's the display? Where's this? No, next step is make rocket. Then next step is moon. Okay, there's the display. Display is ready to go. Let's clear space here for the shape of the workbench, just so we know what we're dealing with. Okay, display is front and center. We need an IV circuit to flank it. Check. Then it's the advanced assembly machine below it. We need the 3 NASA arms up top. And then the corner is hard wall tier 4. Well, let's do the robot arms next. Should have everything we need. EV tier. Okay. Now let's just put that on the board. EV tier circuit goes there. 3 pistons, 3 arms, 3 motors, long rod, the 6 nether star, sensor lens, multi-purpose robot arm. Put him here. Okay, now we just need the hard wall. Tier 4. And that requires concrete. I was hoping we had some spare concrete lying around. No such luck. We will have to make some more. That's not difficult. It's just annoying. Okay, let's see here. Wet concrete is water, quartz sand, calcite, stone, and clay. All things we have. Let's get them. Well, first off, stone is right here. In this little box. Just a 1, yeah? Yeah. 1, 2 calcite, a quartz sand. Easy. Okay, there's our calcite. Quartz sand would be in here. There it is. And 1 clay, which is legally a compound. Interesting. Okay, then we take all of this to a mixer. Put water in the mixer. Circuit setting 2. Get our concrete. Here's our mixer. Circuit setting 2. Can't remember what I was doing on circuit setting 14. Boom. Let that churn for 0 seconds. It's already done. That gives us 16 molten concrete. Now the hard wall is going to require vibrant alloy, which we have not made before, but I cheated it by getting it as a quest reward. So I can simply take it back. Boom. Now, hard wall tier 4 requires energetic, sorry, not vibrant alloy, energetic alloy. Vibrant alloy is something else. So we just want this in rod form. Two ingots in rod form make 1 box. We need 2 box. So that will be 4 ingots in rod form. Rest of this junk can then go in here. Oh, we did have one. Interesting. Cool. Oh, you know the Jill. I know the Jill? Sometimes the things I say do not make sense. Sometimes it's very amusing what words I have accidentally combined in attempting to make a word. Like when I start a sentence, I'm making the sentence. I'm saying the words. And then at some point, I need to continue the sentence. And I have like 2 paths available for me. And I gotta pick one. And sometimes I just pick both. In an attempt to say, like, you know the drill and you know the gist, I ended up saying you know the Jill. And it's just constant mixtures of sentences like that. Just the quantum superposition, not even a quantum superposition, just a regular waveform superposition. Not every superposition has to be quantum. In fact, most aren't. Just a superposition of all that I have done. Okay, we have the energetic alloy frame. We make the hard wall in a medium voltage chemical bath, which means tragically your days are numbered. There's not a convenient way for me to get the water out of this, so I'm just gonna void it. Boom. Okay. So there should be a simple process of putting that in there, then taking, I think, 2 of these out. 1, 2. There it is. There it is again. We are ready. It's time for the construction. Hard block foundation and a heart of an assembling machine, because that is, in a sense, what this is. Mainframes to process all of our, like, computery systems for making this. A visual display for us to see the output, and the robotic arms to produce what we are about to make. Behold, the NASA workbench. This is rocket science. Oh, we are there. We are real. I'm picking it up. I picked it up. Part of me even expected like a random trophy to spawn. All right. The NASA workbench is used to create many advanced parts and vehicles. New schematics can be added as they are found. The NASA workbench is used to craft your rockets and other related vehicles. Build it to start your journey into space. Hey, check out the Nether Star recipe, which uses null catalyst and Ceolus Mundus. Null catalyst can be duplicated by adding magma cream, blaze powder, and tiny powder and Nether Stardust. Also, if you're having trouble getting the Wither Skulls, you can make a cleaver or the Skullfire sword to help with that. No need, buddy. Welcome to the space race. Let's do this. Okay, so fundamentally, as I understand it, we have 3 general directions we need to go here. To the right is materials required to survive on the moon. You know, your spacesuit. To the left is the domain of rocket fuel. And to the south is all of the components we need to build the rocket itself. I'm going to start at the spacesuit, because I have a suspicion that we've already accidentally cheesed our way into having some of those things. Yeah, here's oxygen gear, which I'm pretty sure is the quest after the mask. The oxygen mask is part of the system used to breathe on planets without oxygen. The other being oxygen gear and oxygen tanks. Makes sense to me. So, oh, well, this is actually quite simple. Happy to see this. So all we need is a scuba helmet and reinforced glass plate. Yeah, this is all things that we've made before. So reinforced glass plate is reinforced glass. Reinforced glass is simply... Well, I'm just going in circles now. Point is, it's carbon plate and glass. How many do we need? Let's see, we need 16 reinforced glass plate, which is 8 glass. So 6 regular glass and 2 carbon plate. Easy. Easy, easy. Now the question is going to be the carbon. I don't know if we have ready-made plate available, but that's not going to be an issue. Oh, we do. Great. Cook them up. Alright, what else do we need? I know I built a scuba mask before, but it was a while ago, and I stopped caring. So... okay. As it turns out, we are going to be needing slightly more of this, which means we will need to make a little bit more carbon. Fortunately, we've got plenty of materials to do that. If I recall correctly, this is just put it in a compressor. Seems like it. Let me just see that it is working first. Yep. Get a little bit of back on. Carbon is easy, but we're not used to using it, is my official assessment. Also, the autoclaving step's a little weird. Do a smelter. Got another batch of stuff for you. So in terms of scuba, just, that and rubber. But this is specifically lathing a plate. And we need 2. So it seems like the recipe is cut all of these, lathe 2 of them, and then just file them together. All of this is just your regular day at the office. All right, cut 'em. Cool, we're going to be back in 9 minutes for that. Meanwhile... time for the actual, rocket stuff, I guess. Okay. So, rocket fuel. Let's read this. This appears to just be a, hey, read this, please. It is. Okay. For every flight, the rocket needs some fuel. So, refine some fuel for your rocket. For your Tier 1 or 2 rockets, you have 2 options. You can either use cetane-boosted diesel or make RP1 rocket fuel. We will have a look at RP1 rocket fuel in the next quest. You'll need something with more oomph for the later rocket. For the moon, a full rocket leaving from the overworld should have enough fuel left to make it back, but you might want to take extra just in case. Rocket fuel usage is not based on either the destination or the type of fuel used, but instead the rocket itself, with higher tiers both storing more fuel and consuming less. Also, the gravity of the planet affects how much fuel is used, with lower gravity locations using less fuel to launch. Okay, makes sense. Done here. Let's just get that to be good. We got the primer. So, RP1. One option to fuel your Tier 1 and Tier 2 rocket is RP1 rocket fuel. First, you'll need either diesel or coal tar. Coal tar is the better option on the long run, since you'll need the other products of distilling it to make other rocket fuels. But for now, you can use diesel. You are correct, Kit. In fact, there is a rocketless path, particular that you very explicitly see in the high voltage tiers. It even says right here, if you're doing the no rocket run, which is very much a thing, you can basically do what rocketry stuff is leading up to in progression by simply just getting a stack of titanium. So if you can just get titanium through other means, you don't gotta do this. But I personally do want to go to space very much so. It's space. Did you see the other main series on this channel that I'm doing? It's also space. I'm playing Kerbal Space Program without the map. That's like a thing. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person to ever do this. Which is a weird feeling. I mean, I also think I was the only person to beat Factorio without using belts, chests, or pipes. But I don't know. Nobody cared, so I don't know how to feel about that. People are caring about the Kerbal one, though. I think once the greater community realizes I exist, they're going to be like, wow, that was a really impressive thing you did. Here, have a hat. They're going to give me a hat. It's going to be a top hat. It's going to have like a rocket puncturing through it. So it's like it just like kind of like with an arrow through an apple, but like it's a rocket through the top hat. That's going to be what the hat is. Yeah, it's very Team Fortress 2. What was I doing? Yes, we're looking at more rocket stuff. Yes, kerosene. So, kerosene. You get coal tar, you distill it. I remember talking about this. We can get coal tar. The best way for us to get coal tar would be to make... Yeah. If we want to just make kerosene, we would take our pyrolysis oven, cycle back in the charcoal, make coal tar with it, then distill that coal tar into kerosene, and then we have kerosene. And then you just distill it again to get RP1. Interestingly enough, you have to distill it in a single block distillery. You can't use a distillation tower, but I guess it's because kerosene doesn't distill into anything else. It's just RP1. They don't need the multi-block tower because it wouldn't split. It's not a split, it's a refining. Now, this is a bit of a conundrum here. Because our pyrolysis oven is currently preoccupied making all of the power to the base. So I'm wondering if our solution wouldn't be to just make another. made the original Powerless oven way back in LV. Aside from being, like, materially a bit of a thing, it wasn't that hard. What if we just made another? Made a second wing of this facility. Like over there. Maybe we like skip one, put it over there. And have it produce Okay, yeah, I'm envisioning it. I'm envisioning it in my mind. Okay, here's what we do. We make a second tree farm, I guess. Then we have those logs go into a advanced coke oven, like the big fancy one, the one we used in season 1. From there, as charcoal, it goes into the pyrolysis oven and becomes coal tar. Then we refine it. Okay, that's our plan. And this will just get us RP1 cells, which, you know, is all we need. So that's basically just a step we do when we're ready. Meanwhile, down here, the basic wafer is used for creating basic machines, such as the basic solar panel, the fuel loader, the energy storage module, and the compressor. So you take 12 wafers, take a glass... is that because it's a laser engraver type stuff? Yeah. Okay. So we make the basic wafer, and it helps make advanced wafers and frequency modules. A chair. Moonland. Okay, all right. I'm seeing this. I'm picking up what's being picked up. That means we may want a reinforced lens on staff. Which means we're going to want to cut another. How's the cutting going? Cutting's done. Cut 'em up. Alright, head out. We gotta lathe the 2 to make the scuba gear. Rest is ready as is. Can we lathe here? No. Oh well. That's what we got the HV lathe for. Think bonk. Now we gotta wait a minute there. But while we're waiting, let's prep scuba. If it's not too big of an ask. A spare molten rubber? You do! You do have spare molten rubber. This is the perfect opportunity to make use of it. We don't need a high voltage assembler, but I don't think we have an MV assembler in... Can we do it here? No, it must be medium voltage or better. Mixer, extruder, electrolyzer, forming press. No, we'll have to use the HV. And if we're using the HV, we have to get rid of the polyethylene. So, void U. Yeah, just void U. So, you're ready to go. Oh, you only take glue. Okay. stop the presses a little bit, we can't use this molten rubber, or at least it's inconvenient. Let's use the glue. Spooky noise. Okay, so the glue goes in here. Next step, we need 5 rubber sheets, 2 of the lens. Well, how the lens is going? Good. 5 of you, 2 of you. Keep the glue in there. We're about to use it again. And for the oxygen mask, it's simply the scuba we just made and 16 plate. Scuba, plate. 10 seconds remain. Then, for tactical purposes, I'm dropping that for a second. Oxygen mask. That's the oxygen mask. Next up is oxygen gear. The recipe for which is oxygen pipe, oxygen concentrator, electric motor, 2 electric pumps. The oxygen concentrator, oh my goodness, this is some fancy stuff. A tin canister. Okay. Boy, am I glad I don't have to make this stuff. And what about the oxygen pipe? That is reinforced. Okay, so reinforced glass is looking to be the material of the space race. Interesting. Hey, we cheated. Nice. Okay, parachute. A parachute is used to prevent deaths upon re-entry into the overworld's atmosphere. Parachute is an essential part of your journey into space. You should never journey into space without it. There will even be a warning if you try to launch without one on you. Use the assembler to save materials. Now, let's see here. So we need 2 canvas and 3 fine steel wire. That is not a problem at all. What about the canvas? Polyethylene rod. 2 rod, 2 woven cotton. Woven cotton is simply, cotton and string. Easy. Very easy indeed. But I assume these are expended in landing. So you probably want to collect them in bulk. Okay, let's see here. I did stop growing cotton, didn't I? That's a shame. I should probably reinstate the cotton farm. Yeah, thinking about it, we haven't had a copper farm in quite a bit. Okay, so confirm 2 canvas is 2 woven cotton, which is 8 string and 6 cotton. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. the odds that we are currently experiencing a problem are increasing. I'm going to say like quadratically. Actually, know what? It's actually logarithmic. We've gotten really close to the value 1, but now it's sort of like asymptoting. In terms of cotton, we have no cotton. Yep, it's gone. That is a very non-existent resource you got right there. Yeah, you can tell I'm desperate when I go up here to look for it. Oh boy. Well, my previous quests of land development have come back to ruin me, it seems. At least we have textile garden. This is a problem. It is a problem we are going to have to eventually fix. I'll start passing some zoning laws soon. In the meanwhile, let's just get this done. Assembly machine, no particular setting. We got the HV available. Let's use it. Bonk. Bonk. Let's take the glue out since we're not using it anymore. So there's our cotton. We want canvas. Oh. For some reason, I thought this made 2. We need to double the amount of woven cotton we have. This is not good. Now, I must commend my past self for making sure that we did have a sample of cotton in the deep well. But ultimately, it's still going to be a pain to rehabilitate it. Oh. There we are. Okay, so polyethylene rod is a weird one. But not something hard to get. It just requires us to temporarily interrupt our pipe production line. Just a little bit. We can put the extra pipes away in the logistics chest. That's fine, that's fine. And I'm not too worried about getting an awkward backlog of stuff. We just get a lot of polyethylene rods. We're ready to go. Interesting, it doesn't require PVC. Or at least interesting, it doesn't provide a PVC option. Maybe just wanted it to be easier. I think I'll go for a solid 8. This seems like a good number. square root of a stack. Now I'll make another stack of pipes, that's fine. Back to the assembler. Canvas is 2 and 2. Seconds later. And then the parachute itself needs fine steel wire. Bit of an uncommon thing. Not a difficult thing, just uncommon. Maybe standard operating procedure should be you void the circuit for firemen. Up, up, up. Parachute. We got one. Yeah, we're making good progress in the space race here. Oxygen tank, okay. The light oxygen tank is an oxygen storage tank that can hold up to 1,000 units of air. It is used to provide a portable source of oxygen while in areas that do not have an oxygen source of their own. Usage. Up to 2 oxygen tanks can be worn at a time. To wear any type of oxygen tank, open your inventory and click on the Galacticraft tab at the top of the menu. Here, you will see the available spots for your various types of equipment. Simply place your tank in one of the slots with a gray picture of an oxygen tank. Other types of oxygen tanks include the medium oxygen tank, which holds twice the amount of oxygen as a light tank, and the heavy oxygen tank, which holds 3 times the amount of a light tank. Okay, light oxygen tank is constructed via... You take some sort of legally distinct container, 1 oxygen pipe, and compressed aluminum plate. Or you can get it from the Tier 3 or Space Invaders Moon loot bag. Ooh, as well as the space armor. Cool. What else? What else? What else? Well, oxygen tank seems to be the thing to do. And then we're going to make logistics for accumulating the air. But ultimately, I feel like we need to familiarize ourselves with the method, the heart of the operation. Rockets require heavy-duty plates for the main hull. Let's craft 37 of these plates out of compressed aluminum plates, compressed bronze plates, and compressed steel plates. Okay. 37 is a very particular number. So this is going to be a thing. So we're going to need bronze, steel, and aluminum. 1 compressed aluminum plate is triple aluminum. Compressed steel is triple steel. Compressed bronze is triple bronze. And awkwardly, our bending machine's only low voltage, so we can't do convenient things like this. Maybe we need to get a medium voltage bending machine. More important, though, is that we are going to need 37 times 3 of these input ingots, which is going to be actually, this is an awkward number to deal with. It's a stack and a half plus 15. So a stack and 47. That's blue alloy, not aluminum. And then I guess we just start compressing them. Unless we want to make that medium voltage bending machine. Why are you saying that steep? Oh wow, a wrench is part of the recipe. Interesting. Do we have... We do. What if we just go all out and make a high voltage one? A little extreme, but it might be justified. Yeah, okay. So what do we need for that? 2 more piston, huh? Easy. We are going to use the bending machine to bend more machine. Cable supply, so prep the 2. We're getting good at this. Level up. 2. Then... yeah, we got a free machine hull sitting around, so I don't even need to do that step. Just rod. Good, good. Put that in. Cable. Motor. HV. Hull. Piston. And then the wrench, awkwardly. I'm gonna just make a wrench right now, just to be safe. A wrench is not expensive. It's literally just... am I wrong? I am not wrong, but I forgot to hammer them in place. It's an awkward step of taking that out of my bag, taking this out of the box in my bag. Open, close. Be annoyed that I'm running out of inventory space for all my everything. Replace mallet. Then take... this is silly. Take wrench out of here, put this back. Okay. I'm doing this just in case the wrench is consumed. It wasn't. That was unnecessary of me. Oh well. We got a high voltage bending machine. At very little effort from my person. Only problem with this is that we don't have room. So we're going to have to employ hot swapping tactics. Okay, so compressed aluminum plate. Made out of triple aluminum. And that is vending machine on circuit 3. That makes complete sense. 1, 2, 3. Quick and efficient. Now let's get the other materials we needed for that mission. Steel and bronze. 1 stack and 47. So, stack. Anyway, the bronze is going to require an intermediate step of making more bronze. I'm confident we have the copper and tin for it. We just need to put it to work. Looks like this is going well, though. Great. So that bronze. As expected, we don't have enough. This is going to call for... I'm not going to, like, meter out the whole ratio or anything. I'm just going to make 2 stacks. Well, that's good. This is the wrong ratio, isn't it? Oh well. Yeah, it is. It's only 3 to 1, not 4 to 1. Oh well. It is not feeding in. This is probably because this front side is the face, and that's not legal input. That stinks. Oh well. I really am being compelled to make another Pyrolise. Depends on how much RP1 we really need. Hold on. Kerosene isn't just... Look at all this stuff. Ooh, naphtha. I've heard rumors of that stuff. But kerosene is... jet fuel number 3. The third one in particular. Okay, kerosene is strictly an intermediate step to RP1, but... Oh, and then you need to make a proper chemical plant? Is that true? Oh, no, it is. We need a chemical plant. And not just like a single block. We need a multi-blocker. Heavy industry. Oh, no. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, we are not so close as I think. What the heck? Machine case, so just massive amounts of machine casing. We're gonna need this to be high voltage, aluminum and drove, tungsten steel. Okay, well, we have nichrome. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is gonna be a thing. My word. And I read that right. Based on casing tier. Hatch tiers can't be higher than machine casing tier. UHV casing unlocks all tiers. Higher tier coils increase processing speed. Higher tier pipe casing boosts parallel and reduces catalyst consumption. 2+ parallels per tier. Any catalyst must be placed in the catalyst. Like Awakened Draconium quote. How about I just go to the quest? This is probably a... Oh, it's either going to be multi-block goal or mass processing, but I see multi-block goal. Okay, let's read. This... Oh, good, there's a manual. Okay. This facility will process certain chemical recipes you'll need later on, like rocket fuels. Keep in mind that recipes can only be made after meeting the required chemical plant tier. You will need a minecart load of resources, so start mining. Catalysts are needed in some recipes. Place them in the catalyst housing. They use durability. This includes ones that don't look like it. You can make silicon carbines in the mixer. You don't need the ABS. Valid solid casing determines CP tiers for recipes. 1. Strong bronze machine casing. 2. Solid steel machine casing. 3. Sturdy aluminum machine casing. 4. Clean stainless steel machine casing. 5. Stainless titanium robust. Valid machine casing determines maximum hatch/bus tier. Elevated UHV. UHV unlocks any hatch or bus. Valid pipe casings, +2 parallels, -20% chance to consume catalyst durability per pipe casing, starting with 2 parallels, and 100% chance with 1. Bronze, steel, titanium, tungsten steel. All coils from Cooper Nickel to Eternal are valid. Each one increases speed by 50%, starting at 50% speed for Cooper Nickel. Additionally, if you have at least Awakened Draconium coils and tungsten steel pipe casing, then no catalyst is consumed at all. Great, fantastic. Where do I get this book? Book and Quill, copper wire. Gotcha. I am not doing that right now. I don't even remember what I am doing. My mind has been scattered to the winds of change. I was making this stuff. Yes, yes. Right? Bronze. We were bronzing. We bronzed real good. Stack of 47. I eat. Hold on, you ain't fooling me. Stack of 47. Put him in the machine. Bink. Bonk. Much better. Does the workbench require power in any way? Do I need to worry about that? Hope not. I guess let's put it down and find out. Bonk. Oh, hello. I thought it was just the claw bit. Oh my goodness, this takes up volume. Okay. Okay, so I can see the rocket shape. That's clear to me. This might be internal components or something. Schematic. Okay. I guess you need schematics to unlock different rocket shapes. I'm very overwhelmed. Interesting stuff, though. I thought it was just going to be the claws. Like, the claws on the ground, it was like a hollow bit, but no, it's like, it's a multi-block structure. Wacky. Machine's still going. Reasonable pace. What else do we need? Back up to space. $19 stainless steel. So we make heavy duty alloy ingot, and the stainless steel is molten. Huh? So we need 19, and that's why we want 19. I guess so. I guess we fluid extract and then solidify into nothing. We got a spare large cell around? No, but we got enough empty cells to do the job. He's asking for 19. I feel like that's excessive for this recipe. Oh, cool. We get a little bit back. Neato. Right, okay. We now need to compress these using absurd amounts of TNT. Okay, this is where we get into the issues. Industrial TNT, we do not have the methods to make industrial TNT because we do not have nitration. But we do have gel toluene. And applying sulfuric acid to the mix. Really, it's just nitration. That's just nitric acid. Nitric acid is... a pain. Nitrogen dioxide, it's ammonia, it's oxygen. There's gotta be a way to do this. I think I remember agonizing over this previously. Seems like it expects me to do ammonia. We do ammonia directly, apparently. Okay. So just a lot of nitrogen, a lot of hydrogen. You can make ammonia using a high voltage chemical reactor. Apparently it's very slow. Okay, we do that. We can get nitric acid through amines. I think this all through. If gel toluene, the nitration mixture is just nitric acid. Nitric acid is just ammonia. It won't let me. Okay, ammonia and oxygen. We can make water and nitric oxide. Nitric oxide can be combined with oxygen to make nitrogen dioxide. And then nitric dioxide can be combined with more oxygen and water to make nitric acid. So it's possible. It's possible. It's just a pain. It's a logistics nightmare. But it can be done. And I can do it. But do we want to? I mean, eventually, probably, yeah. More important is that no matter what, we're going to need the sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is... I need to remember how this works. Let's run it a little bit. It runs on sulfur, naturally. So, put a sulfur in. It makes... makes hydrogen sulfide. The hydrogen sulfide goes in here, is combined with water to make diluted sulfuric acid, which is then distilled into sulfuric acid. So these three machines are all we need. And inputs of hydrogen, which we have, and sulfur, which... which we have. Our infinite source of hydrogen from electrolyzed water from an infinite water source. And an infinite source of sulfur from our Blaze farm. We can make infinite sulfuric acid. We have infinite toluene, albeit very slow, from our distillation tower. The reason it's slow is because the toluene is being used to power itself. So only like that little extra runoff is being used. But with it, with all that, we have every individual component we need for infinite TNT. It's time to move the sulfuric acid machine. But like specifically the sulfuric acid part of it. This is just tubing to move the canister back and forth. Sulfur and hydrogen, it makes... Actually, why is this? Surely you could just put in sulfur and it would make a fluid that goes out here. What's the canister do? Yeah, hydrogen gas and sulfur makes hydrogen sulfide. Hydrogen sulfide goes here. Oh, because there's the water. Gotcha. So it does need to be in can form. Well, alright then. That retroactively makes this make sense. Okay. And then finally a distillery. And how did I partition this in the past? Oh, hydrogen line still here. Okay. It seems like this one did everything up to and including the chemical reactor to make circuit boards. This partition will need to change. Unfortunately, I don't know if it has the convenient sourcing to do that. Well, we can avoid a little benzene today. Oh, do not throw away the sulfur. It don't seem like it, but it is something we have in short supply right now. Until we farm it, of course. I've got my wire cutters in my hand. Do I have it in my bag? Do I have it in my toolbox? Yes. The tin pipe can be removed and replaced with the now industry standard PVC. My only hesitance here is that by doing this, we are going to need to make a declaration on... Like, we gotta pipe the sulfur over here. Sulfuric acid, zinc sulfate, sulfur trioxide, water. What make sulfur trioxide? Sulfur dioxide and another oxygen. Interesting. I don't think it particularly matters. The distillation tower is excessive, but it would allow us to save on the water, but we don't really care about saving on the water. I think I'm going to zone this here. In front of fuel, but like distinctly to the side. Like here or so. Any logistical improvements we want to make in doing this? It's got to be 3 machines. The machines will be powered from below. This is plenty of power to do it. Transformer to do so. I think I've swapped these inadvertently. Okay. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Which one of these is hydrogen? We might be able to just... I think none of them are hydrogen. It's hydrogen. That's oxygen. Hydrogen is not being used anywhere, but it's about to be. So we take the hydrogen out, we pipe it over here, hydrogen goes in here, we have another source of sulfur that goes in. Power was provided from below. So we want hydrogen sulfide. And we do want this recipe, just due to the nature of this. The tin isn't like a bad thing, it's just awkward. If the hydrogen's going to be coming from above, I think we swap this to being a side item load thing. So do this instead. Fluids will, of course, funnel out in the normal direction. Boop, boop. Pop. There's our connection. Actually, strictly speaking, maybe we can put the conveyor on the interior side. I want to see if that works. After all, there's a allow input thing. So we export. So it's on. Let's just see if that works. item auto output, lest we forget. Input from output side allowed. Put it in. Okay. So we put in sulfur, hydrogen gets inserted. This is the sulfuric acid step, taking in water. We gotta remember the water. That's gonna be, well, not the biggest pain, because we're already sending water over this way for the steam. Just siphon a little off of that. I don't want to move this one over now just because, but I think it looks nice like that. Okay. More pipe. So you're getting water, you're going to get the cells, and you will make diluted sulfuric acid by the simple nature of you existing. Your items will flow back that way. Your fluid will go here. And you, with circuit setting 1, will make the hydrogen sulfide. So we can consider you an output. You know, aside from the power draw, there's not really a reason to put this on ground level. Something to consider. Oh, wrong way. Alright, the only thing we're missing now is the power. Okay. Transformer in. It's in step down mode, which is correct. Put you below facing up. Oh, of course, we need to provide wiring. Wire thickness here is probably overkill, but we have it. Prevent voltage loss, you know how it is. Okay, so power is going to be coming in from this line. Where is the chunk border? Did I overshoot? I did overshoot. Got the pipe for this? Yes, I do. Okay. That's cycling. This is making okay. Sulfuric acid machine is operational. Aside from the need to supply a ready available amount of sulfur to the mix, we can make sulfuric acid at will. Very good. Now, in terms of our desire to make TNT, this is done via gelled toluene in chemical reactor. I think it's about time we move the box. The gelled toluene box, if you remember the continuity of everything I've made so far, used to be the box of scraps, where we would make a thing with the fluid solidifier, and to clear out all the excess junk in it, we would just put all the bolts and stuff in the scraps box here. This was eventually replaced by the more general purpose, non-standard shape box, even though we've never really converted it over. Here. So like all our bolts and screws and rods and stuff, we put in there nowadays. Doot, doot, doot. It's getting full though. Something to work on. So this revelation with the item pipe is going to make some logistical things we're doing a lot easier. It means we don't have to do awkward item networking like that. And there are a few places where I'm pretty sure we did, though I think most of them are just in other parts of that machine. This is not one of them. This was to help the logic of this thing collecting ashes. I think we got rid of most of it from this area. This is good. Okay, sulfuric acid real. We could pipe that out, put it in a temporary sulfuric acid holding tank. I don't know how big of a tank we need, but I do like super tanks in general. Then from there, we send it to a chemical reactor where we put in gelled toluene. Make our stuff. Here's the rest of the machine. This part here takes in sodium. If I recall. Eventually makes sodium bisulfate using the sulfuric acid. Electrolyzation. Preps hydrogen bisulfate with an output of excess hydrogen, which then cycles back to the system. This is circuit board. It then takes some copper foil. I do want to make sure that we have a plastic board supply, so I'm going to quickly give it a supply of copper foil. Now that we've got the high voltage bending machine, we can bend stuff into desirable shapes basically immediately. Take a look at that go. Good stuff. I think that's enough for now. Ooh, we got a little room here. Nice. Right. We stole that. Okay, 30. Yeah, there's no easy solution for this. We'd need another generator. Also, let's not cut power to the whole assembly. Oh, wait a minute. If we destandardize things a bit here, this could be our general purpose sulfuric acid processing reactor. Like, it's just full of sulfuric acid at all times. And then we give it either PVC sheet or gel toluene. And we make whatever we want. And I almost want to maybe upgrade to... Yeah. Little funny bypass. Okay, so in theory, I get the gel toluene and we are in business. I should have already gotten the gel toluene. It is here. Now, I haven't really spoken out loud explicitly about this today, but the reason we care about the whole toluene situation is that in order to get all of these compressed plates and stuff, we are going to need a good, very solid... What am I missing? Circuit setting, possibly. Yeah. we are going to need a supply of explosives to power the implosion compressor. Now, by virtue of other things, we happen to have a collection of some things, but not a lot. A lot of sulfur saved up. And we have the means for infinite sulfur. I don't think there's a problem just making more. Another hopper from my hopper collection. And now, another one. Through this, we are now very technically mass-producing explosives. Here they are. Not the best explosive we can make at our tech level, but a pretty good one. Better than powder barrel. Arguably better than dynamite. I'm sick of this storm. I'm sleeping. I slept. Very good. Very, very good. And with this slow, gradual, but eventual supply, we can make the highly compressed metals that we've wanted this whole time, kind of. You know, with these and the such. Granted, it's going to be a bit if we're using TNT. Rolled off the rest. Just compressed aluminum is going to require 2 TNT per strike. And we need 37 times 3 because we're making a lot of compressed plate. So we're going to be operating on stacks and stacks of TNT. Which is why it's a decent argument that we want to convert to making, you know, the regular, the industrial TNT. Meanwhile, though, make use of what we have available. The toluene here I am taking to this to... Alright, I remember that plot line. Well, certainly I can put 19 in. Yep. Okay. So put you in, and then turn you into ball. Gives us a gelled toluene for our trouble. This is not the most materially efficient way of using gelled toluene. Oh, it's consuming in units of 100? Huh. I see. Convenient, I picked up a flat multiple of 100 then, huh? Right. Sorry, I'm just inspecting my previous work. Looking good, though. Good stuff. Alright, I'm tired of waiting. Let's compress things. Even just to try it out. Let's see here. With this, we can do 20. So let's do 20. The ignition key should still be in there. The pollution this is about to make is about to be catastrophically bad. But there it is. Ignition key is here. Let's check the recipes. All right, no circuit nonsense. Just putting the stuff, putting the explosive, and go. I can do that. So for starting run, let's do... Actually, let's do like one vertical slice of this whole thing. Let's do one of each. Success. This'll bungle the... No, these are optional tasks. The only thing it cares about is the last step. Okay, we can do this like this. Good. Theoretically, we place all of these in here and get ourselves half a molten. Actually, to better perfectly use a ratio of this stuff, I'm going to compress another cycle of those three things. Have a convenient output chest as well. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of you, one of you, one of you. Easy. Gives a place for the ashes to collect. Hop over here, and what am I missing? Circuit setting 1. There we go. Wait 30 seconds and we'll have 2 of them. And all the while, more TNT is being prepared. The only real challenge with this method and setup is that there's going to be a bit of a wait. It takes quite a bit of time for the toluene to build up, for this whole process to go through, etc. What that ultimately means is that whenever we do this, unless we're accounting for our future needs, we will need to wait a while to get to the amount we want. If we're vigilant, we continue producing perpetually, I think we'll be fine. But if we don't, that's when we'll start having problems. Got any... This isn't really what I want, but... It'll partition it correctly. Any storage is helpful storage. Just put it... Should not be to the edge of it. Hold off on collecting anything new here, just fill this up with what we have. Alright, cool. This will be our faucet for collecting toluene, I guess. And we can just take it over here. Fill up some of these. Here. I guess we're at capacity. Also, this is going to make a lot, I just realized. It's going to make 320, effectively. I will return these to here for now. I would like to use the fill level of all of these to act as a makeshift fuel counting bar. Thanks to this mechanism we have here, we know that this way will be filled sufficiently, and it will only bleed out toluene in this direction when there is excess to give. We do already have quite a bit in reserve. Which I would like to extract just to start the trickle economy going. say we fill with as many as we can fit. Pick this up and just put it back. It's like, if we can avoid it, we would like to be vigilant enough that we're not voiding toluene. So this will now give us a pretty decent measure of how fast we're getting toluene overall. It won't be much, but it will be some, ever. All that toluene, all that sulfur, we will have a true and proper industry. I come over here and see the results. Might need to top off the sulfur soon. I'll do that. Just pick up some handfuls. We have historically not gone through sulfur all that fast. Great. How much TNT we got? That's a lot of TNT. Oh, we are out of toluene. Well, I think I got the solution to that one right here. Here we go. Alright, just about a stack of the stuff. Let's compress more plate. Wait. Oh. Got the achievement for it, huh? Let's get our heavy dark alloy ingot. Used to make heavy duty plates, tier 1. To do that, implosion compressor at a lot more TNT than normal. For this one, it might be worthwhile to use the industrial TNT we have in reserve. Not yet, because this is still an experimental run. We're doing this for the science. In fact, just leave the TNT in there. Boom. Heavy duty plate. Our very first. What the heck is this stuff? Oh, I'm apparently going to have to learn quickly because that is in the list of things we need. I could rip some out of the water intake for the factory, but that seems a little rude. Yep, 2 down, 35 to go. Okay, cool. In the interest of our newfound reckless disregard for stuff, let's just start compressing things like wild. And then suffer extreme negative effects of pollution, because these things produce a whole bunch of it. It's like a supreme amount, but only in like one instantaneous moment. But we're about to chain fire this thing. Like so. Yep. You can just feel the pollution happening before our very eyes. I'm about to experience so many adverse effects. I'm waiting for the fog to show up. Like, I know it's gonna happen. Alright, we made good work of that. I do want to try and keep the Industrial TNT quest reward or loot bag, wherever we got it, in reserve as like an emergency, we need something now. But I don't know if that's ever going to happen, considering we're making TNT at a good clip. Two more. One TNT every 10 seconds if the record is to be believed. Now, this rate will eventually be bottlenecked by our toluene production. But it's not like we need to compress stuff every waking moment. We can let the stuff backlog a bit. Nice. That's all the aluminum we need for this quest. Now just do that 2 more times, and then do it 4 more times for the amount of TNT we structurally need for the final compression. And we're good! Such that we can do. Okay, I think it's just a matter of... Let's put the things we want to compress in here so that we know that we're going to compress them later. We can kind of look at them, look at how much TNT is in the box with it, and be like, alright, we gotta wait a bit, we got enough TNT in like a few minutes, etc. Meanwhile, over here, the toluene is processing well. Build up a little more and forward the toluene over. Now, how much toluene are we using per? Seems like 4. And this crafts in 10 seconds. And this crafts 4 in 10 seconds. So in terms of toluene jellification, we are break even. I'm also fairly certain we are creating a backup of sulfuric acid. So the bottleneck will be toluene generation from the distillation tower. Or perhaps alternatively, hydrogen production. We are running out of hydrogen. So, as much as it's going to be a major power draw, I do think we need to reinstate our electrolysis station. Which is only offline because we cut water supply to it. And I did that just so that we wouldn't so supremely overload the system. Now this is making oxygen, this is making hydrogen. Oxygen is not set to void. Neither of these are set to void. But given we are now consuming hydrogen at extreme rates, I think we should set oxygen to void so that we are always producing hydrogen. It felt like such a short while ago that the thing we were using these electrolysis for was the oxygen. The hydrogen was a byproduct. Okay, let's activate overflow void on the oxygen. The chlorine can stay paused. So now it is a question of whether the hydrogen will be a new bottleneck in production. Because this is slow. 50 seconds to make 2 hydrogen. Technically speaking, 50 seconds to make 8 hydrogen. I don't know how fast we're consuming it, but I would suspect we might not be keeping pace. Hopefully the fact that we... like, the distillation process is slow, so maybe that'll let us stockpile some hydrogen. Overall, though, this is looking good. Processing, it's running, the toluening. We update to a high voltage fluid solidifier and just run it on a dedicated circuit. This would be all we need. One left. I shall place it aboard. There, toluene's out of the cells. Let's go to the tank. Ideally, in the future, this pipe just goes straight to a gelled toluene maker. Which we can do. Nine. Here, this is mostly topped up. That's good. 6563. So it seems to be about 200 per craft. One craft is... wait for it. It's pretty fast, but it's limited by input. This is the bottom. We will not be replenishing toluene in this solidifier as fast as it's consuming it. But that is okay. This is plenty. Or at least it will eventually become plenty. Still, the reason we can't use our full toluene production is because the toluene is doing double duty as one of our fuels. If we could perform a substitution at some point, that would benefit the factory. It would benefit the TNT production. At the very least, when this runs out of PVC, or no, when it runs out of gel toluene, I can put in PVC and copper, make some circuit boards. And then the other half of the facility over there is basically functional. With the one caveat that there is a hydrogen output that we'll need to void. Or more likely, cycle back into the system. Yeah, this hydrogen tank. How about we help it out a little bit? Any convenient input, that's already full. Am I able to insert directly into here? Yes. Simple and easy. More likely, when we move the board maker into this area, it'll simply pipe out hydrogen and provide it as support input to something else. Or we can void it. All good here. We got another stack of TNT to use. It's enough for another one of these after like 5 more, 4 more. Question's gonna be the toluene. Fortunately, we got a brand new toluene supply to keep it running. It's a little fun that it's like perfectly at ratio in terms of speed of production. Such is the curious nature of it. Oh, there's our TNT requirement. Let's do steel. I assume it takes the same amount of TNT to do steel. It does. That's a relief. Oof. Yep. Alright, what's the pollution situation looking like? I'm ready. Ooh, we are actually running through power in the ignition key. Might have to go reload it. Given the rate of consumption, will be good for this load, but once we're done with the steel, I will take it and I will recharge it. A lot of the productive energy of this machine is not coming from the electricity, it's coming from the TNT itself. The electricity is more being used to just manage the process, make sure nothing bad happens. It's more passive. Like, it's a spark plug providing ignition. Good place as any. The fact that this has an exact, like, power of 10 amount of energy in it that it can hold means that the conversion to percentage is very clear. It is rounding the number in the percentage. Because you can see when it goes to, let's say, 69500, it'll go to 70% immediately. So this is very distinctly rounding to the nearest percentage, which makes sense in the general case. But in this specific case, it's a little funny. I guess that means there's a 0.5% at which it would be at 0, but still have power in it. Does that mean that there's like 500 EUs where it'll say it's at 100% even though it's actually at 99? Yes, it does. Interesting. So it's not like ratioing the capacity, it's literally taking its charge, dividing by its full capacity, and then interpreting that as a number between 0 and 100. Well, back in you go. Okay, 2 of 3. How it be? We're keeping pace. This is mostly just basic busy work, but it is fine and fun and good. We get all the TNT, we're gonna make our explosives, it's gonna be great. 1/3 of the way there for the bronze. Yeah, the toluene's going okay. It's gotten a few buckets since we last checked. It's a decent pace. But even then, we're feeling that, like, for the amount of TNT we want, we are having to wait for it. But it's going. Cool. Now what? I guess we could do this wafer thing. Only thing holding us up on that is getting wafers. Kind of turned them all into circuit components, and I think we don't have a replacement boule. Should not be difficult to make a replacement boule. We've got plenty of silicon solar grade we're remaining. Though I feel that, given there's a need to maybe upgrade to making industrial TNT instead of regular TNT, the fact that that requires a nitrogen line, and the fact that to upgrade to the next level of wafer also requires nitrogen, or requires one of many things, nitrogen is an option of them. Kind of want to get ready to do, like, phosphorus dope pools. But we'll take this. Lens it up. Make the wafers, whose purpose and function for us is not strictly known. Dire crafting. No longer used to make rockets. You get a nether star for doing this? I am not making this. You know what? I'm real happy that it's no longer used to make anything. Uh-oh. Oops. Circuit setting 2. Okay, I have bungled. I have shown composure when I should not have. Shoutouts to Silent Sinner and Blue. That's a really good line, though, by the way. An interesting depiction of the concept of, like, tensing up in a situation where you need to be more emotive for it to make sense. Sometimes when you don't freak out, it's even more suspicious. I don't think it was strictly SSIB, but it was definitely something in that plot line. I just encompassed the whole thing as SSIB. Which I imagine I will be forgiven for. There we go, Silicon Bool. They're real. Real. Sorry, I thought we had a high volt. We do have a high voltage cutting machine. We're not using it. There's those two. Let me slice this. That'll be 20 seconds. I may as well wait here. We lathe this. I need to leave. I need to leave and lathe this to get our lens, and then use the engraver already here to make waif. I didn't expect that to rhyme. Because I just said waif as like a shortening of wafer, because I said make waif, and that kinda rhymes. But it also coincidentally rhymes with lathe, which is the machine that we care about right now. I know it wasn't in like a cadence where any rhyming was occurring, but it did rhyme. You could take the words I said, put them in a song, change the like spacing. Kind of like how Star Spangled Banner was not actually a song initially. It's just a poem. But like you take a poem and you sing it and it becomes a song. This is a rational thing to argue. Alright, so laser. Keep 4 wafers behind. High voltage. Okay. We are not wafering today, unfortunately. Tragic. Truly tragic. Well, put the spares in here. I'll take my silicon solar grade back outside. We now are required by technological necessity to make this dumb thing, which unfortunately requires this dumb thing, which unfortunately requires this dumb thing, and other particularly not smart material. I'm suddenly gripped by a concern for the factory's production speed. Power production, I mean. I suddenly worry we're going to exceed the rate. I worry that this number will stop being 4 million. Benzene pipe is pressurized, but I still hold that concern within me. Back to the matter at hand. Enough TNT for the third round. Hey, Rummy, you've been getting a workout today. Impressive. You do that, I am going to take a nap. That is all 3 compressed plate, which we shall now combine in cool and exciting ways. Bank, wrong machine. It's this one we want. Bank, bank, bonk. And then we want to take the molten stainless steel cells that we prepared earlier and put them in here. Awkwardly, I think we are going to have a half a stainless steel remaining, which I will solve by getting a random stainless steel rod that I'm confident we have and fluid extracting it here. Putting it in this large tank and then preparing, doing that, and then picking one up. And then, once we're done toluening, I will simply turn it into an ingot or something. Looking good on the production side, at least. Look at that. Ingot. Alright, so next step is the heavy-duty plate, and these are going to take more Industrial TNT can do it in 2. Might be a viable production. Depends on how easy it is to make this stuff. Oh, I need the nitration. Forget that. We're sticking with industrial TNT. Well, we're sticking with regular, but if we upgrade, we'd upgrade to industrial. I ain't dealing with this. So this is 11. And this is 8. That's 19. Which means we're about halfway there. In terms of capacity, in terms of production, we are not. Oh, the toluene. Golden era of toluene production is coming to a close. As for all our waiting, we only got 6 more buckets. That's going to equate to 60 gelled toluene and 15 TNT. It's not a lot. Which is not even 2 crafts of TNT. Well, no, it is 2 crafts of TNT. I mean, it isn't even 2 crafts of using TNT to make more plate. Still, 2 out of 35 is meaningful. Else is going fine so far. The hydrogen appears to be holding steady, vaguely. If the number is changing, it's not by an extreme amount. Okay, we got 23 out of 35. 2/3 of the way there. We need 12 more, which will equate to 48 TNT. No. It'll equate to a stack and a half of TNT. No, it'll be 48. Wait, no, it won't. No, I'm doing this math wrong. This is only 6 because we need 8 per. Okay. Starting to see the appeal of industrial TNT. This is only 17. Now we're half. Okay. Oof, oof, oof. I'm not even sure we're gonna have enough. Not looking good. Most certainly not looking good. One barrel of toluene is roughly 2.5 TNT. This is sulfuric acid is backed up. So that seems to be the way of it. We are going to run out of toluene. The system will stop. TNT supply will dry up. And we'll have to find a new way to continue. Looking at all this charcoal we have lying around, and my thought is that we could use it as our coal tar supply. I think it'd be a useful use for it. Oh, we're at 20. Ooh, we're getting to the point. Getting to the point where there's no more. Oh, yeah. Do not put my wrench in the machine. Don't do that. I need it for things. Two more. Toluene. It's not too slow, but it is slow. We have these set to enable with redstone. Put up 7,000 threshold. That makes sense. Now, notably to myself, I do not restrict this from receiving anything while it is above threshold. So while it's above the threshold, it should just split these evenly. Theoretically. Valve 2, it is. Oh. Almost ran out, but we got a little more. But if I do nothing else, it'll be out in 2.5 minutes. $22. I think it's going to end up taking effectively all of our TNT supply to get this through. I'm really, really starting to consider that ammonia line and nitrogen in general. Where would we get the nitrogen? Let's see here. Distilling liquid air. Seems like a decent way to get it in bulk if you've got a lot of air. Right. Saltpeter. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is promising, I think. Let's go to a single block electrolyzer just to confirm it is available. Yeah, saltpeter. Okay. So with a bit of advanced work on the salt supply upstairs, this could turn into something really valuable. It's pricey, but I suspect we do not need absurd quantities of nitrogen. At least not in a material state that doesn't matter. 10 seconds to the solidifier, though it's already stopped. Sorry. 20.5 seconds. I will take this to the machine, and let's hope this is enough for TNT. This is 24. Starting to feel like we are not making it. Okay, so the saltpeter for nitrogen is an interesting option. And that explains, though I noticed this a bit earlier, that we weren't electrolyzing saltpeter. We were just holding it. That's because its electrolysis is a bit more complicated. System is currently not electrolyzing anything, by the way. This is because it is full on chlorine and backed up. And we're not voiding chlorine because why accelerate this? Saltpeter is interesting because it would double funnel into the potassium. It would also give us a source of oxygen. That nitrogen is something new. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll take saltpeter out, put it in its own separate, slightly powered situation, electrolyze it out, get the nitrogen, put that in the tank, take the oxygen, put it in the oxygen tank, and then keep going from there. We will have the nitrogen. We can then do crazy ammonia strats. which is doable. It just requires the infrastructure, and chemical reactors, power production. Might even want to just go with an HV thing, and just down step to LMV. And we do that, we get nitrogen, we make the nitration mixture, or however exactly it is, for the industrial TNT, and then we make industrial TNT, and then we're happy. We can do NASA stuff at a reasonable pace. It even might be a more efficient use of the toluene, which would help us with our diminishing supply. Every bit. There's another element that I've been casually ignoring, and that's the fact that we can convert toluene into gel toluene more efficiently if we add in sugar. I don't have any though. I know this would be the time for me to re-solidify this, I suppose. Good. Another 5 TNT, 5/8 of a craft, 5/8 of the craft we want. Okay, 28. Seven more. We do not have the toluene for this. So we got like 4 or 5 times 8 TNT left in us. That's only about half of what we need. That's okay though. Ultimately, the thing we're waiting on is the toluene, and the toluene will amass itself. Just a matter of time. And so we can do anything else while we wait. Then we get to the exciting stuff, like rocket, inverted red cage lamp for some reason. Very specific. Ah, we need more red. Iron bars, I can take those from downstairs. Stone plate and etched low voltage, which is red lens. Cathode is just... Yep. Okay, we can do that eventually. Rocket fins is just more steel. Not that bad. Small fuel canister is made out of compressed dual aluminum. And that, and a blank fuel tank, which is an empty canister combined with steel. We can make that. We have empty canisters. We just have like a reserve somewhere. And by somewhere I mean in exactly that chest right there. Crosshairs right over it. You zoom in real close. You can see the cube. Here we go. 30. So we do want to make a moon lander one. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. What does this do? Okay, you know, I'm happy about it. I just would like to know what it does. the toluene supply has gone dormant. We are at 33. 2 more. We can make it. We can tough through this. We could even cut into the fuel toluene supply if we were really desperate and had very few scruples. Which we might. Very well might. All right, let's see here. It continues. Every little bit. Now what the heck? Alright, we've officially stolen from the immediate future here. So this entire bit of pipe needs to refill before we start getting any toluene in here again. But this will be unquestionably enough. And we will indeed be able to finish the craft. Possibly with a little bit of bonus. Such that we need not use all of our industrial TNT immediately. Meanwhile, I'm taking a quick pause to look up what that talisman does. When activated, it will take durability damage in exchange for removing negative respect from the player. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Just enough. Okay, let's start simple. Let's start with the TNT we've accrued. Alright. Go forth. There's going to be a bit of an inversion from before. Where last time we were keeping the TNT in there and just adding in the materials as we had it, this time we are going to be keeping the material in there and adding TNT as we have it. So that leaves 11 more crafts to do, which would theoretically be done by 88 TNT. I don't think we have enough. Even the amount that I stole from the future won't be enough. We may wish to use the industrial TNT. Regardless. Every stack of gel toluene is going to convert to 2 extra crafts of this. 12 remaining. Have I suffered an off by 1 error? It's possible. Did I foolishly only count up to 34? Is there a maintenance problem with the thing that lost the consumption? No? I guess I done did a miscalculate. My bad. Oh, the issue is hereby resolved. We're actually getting a good bit of stainless steel back from this. Alright. You know what? I'm doing it. Get the industrial TNT in there. Launch it. For all the dangerous stories I heard about the implosion compressor and its crazy amount of pollution output, it's been behaving well. We did it! We have unlocked the path to many paths! Very exciting. And already before us is a thing we can do. Rocket fin is 4 heavy duty and 2 compressed. So I reckon... Oh, these actually take a lot of the ultimate rocket. So 8 here, 12, 28, 32, 33, 37. That could be it. This 37 is the exact amount we need for 1 rocket, it would seem. We're close. I know this momentum isn't sustainable, but my only goal in season 3 was to get to the moon. And we're about to do that eventually. There's still some pretty heavy restrictions here. We got to get that big chemical plant. We got to laser engrave some fanciness. But, like, we're getting there. It's on the horizon. Look at this thing. I can do that. Looks like what I'm supposed to do. It's exciting stuff. But I think I will stop here. It has been 4 hours. That's a good amount of time. And we've got the material foundations for rocketry. There's a lot more infrastructure and commitment we need to do. That chemical plant's a big one. Other associated things, that laser engraver. Second pyrolysis for getting kerosene, of course. Better power production. I think we can, at the very least, limp our way over the finish line, even if it's not a full sprint. And then we can reform. We can reinterpret. We can keep making stuff good. But now that I have the workbench, I'm holding parts of the rocket in my hand. It feels like we're close, and I'm eager to make it. I'm eager to succeed. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm also happy with the whole TNT thing. We got some good production out of it. Even if we burn through all of our supply and our future supply as well. It'll restore it. About like 10,000 more needs to go into the buffer, and then it'll continue. But yeah, I've got to make some inventory, or I've got to make some commitments. I got to get like an inventory shopping list. I got to produce in bulk the things we got to produce. But I think we can do it. Don't know how much of that I'll do off stream. Whether I'll just make the shopping list or I'll actually build some components. Or if I do none of it and we have to think about all this next time the stream happens. It's all fine and good. We have a NASA workbench now. I'm Exception. This is in TV. Have a good day and good night.